Hello, dear guests here on site and online. Welcome to the Baltic Domain Days, second day. As Reinis in the Omega said, the best day, with an exciting event here today as well. I hope all of you here that were on the social event yesterday had a great time, had some time to network, connect, meet some new people, build new relationships. So you have energies today for heavy topic, for an important topic, crucial topic for the DNS and internet development, NIS2. So we'll have two panel discussions on NIS2. What does it mean for not only registries us, but for registrars and other DNS infrastructure stakeholders here. We'll discuss also data accuracy afterwards. And after lunch break, we'll have a very interesting presentation from CEC Corporate Domains, he will give us insights how to build effective domain strategies to tackle cybercrime. And we'll end all this with our esteemed panelists who will discuss the future of DNS and its resilience faced on all the technological and political and business changes that we are facing. I think Rishi, in the morning today, gave us a nice speech about the future of DNS and what has changed or not changed during these 10 years. So we'll see where it's heading. But before I begin, let me remind you about Menti questions. When we'll have a presentation, you're more than welcome to use Menti for asking questions, comments, or just sharing your knowledge. But you are also all here welcome to raise your hand. We have people around who will give you a microphone, and we could have a lively discussion here as well. So you please use that opportunity. So without further ado, I want to introduce to you our first discussion panel called Chasing Cybersecurity Compliance. Will NIS2 contribute to greater DNS security? We'll find out today. So I want to introduce Paulina Malaya, Policy Director of the Council of European National Top-Level Domain Registry Center. Please come on stage. She will be our moderator who will lead our discussion. Barbara Dodaj-Saig, General Manager. Welcome again. Thomas, I think you already have your own seat here, General Manager of the .LT registry. And Helen, the Estonian registry's lawyer and registrar coordinator. And of course, from our own Ministry of Defense, our great friend Edgars Kilkutsāns, Head of National Cybersecurity Policy Coordination Section. Edgars, please welcome, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Dana, and good morning, still morning from me as well. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you to .LV for this invitation and for allowing me to...
Many questions.
Perfect,
yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, for allowing me to moderate this very interesting panel discussion with our distinguished panelists today. So we'll have hopefully very interesting and lively discussion, since we have a national policymaker with us in the room, as well as some more operational technical experts and legal experts from CECT.LV registries. So it's also my pleasure to kick off the discussions on NIS2, and as you know, hopefully all of you know that this is the latest cybersecurity legislation that was finalized in the European Union, and now it's in the very interesting and exciting era of national transposition. So we will dive in on particular articles, and specifically with regards to cybersecurity risk management measures that NIS2 has put forward. And yeah, just to kick off the discussion first, a little reminder that why we're discussing NIS2 today is because it's EU legislation, and that recognizes the essentiality and criticality of the domain name system, and for the functioning of digital society. So with that short introduction, I would like to pose a first question to our panelists today, and I would like to start with Edgars first, as our national policymaker. So since DNS is recognized as critical for the functioning of digital society, in your opinion, does it accurately reflect the role of different DNS actors when addressing DNS security? So specifically with regards to TLD registries, DNS service providers, and maybe some others. Maybe you can shed a light on how Latvia is approaching this topic on national level.
Yes, thank you, and good morning still to everyone. Well, yes, as Paulina rightly said, I'm not a technical expert on this one. I'm more from the policy side, so NIS2 is what keeps me awake during the night now, as we are actually I would say in the middle of the process of transposing the NIS2 to the national legislation, and of course, yeah, the DNS actors are part of the NIS2, and we have also included specific articles in the national cybersecurity law, which is now, I hope, very close to be submitted to the government for approval. As it is in NIS2, so we have all three actors mentioned in our national cybersecurity law, so top-level domain name registries, DNS service providers, and the entities providing domain registration services. So how we look at it from the national perspective, we have identified all those three as critical entities. And in this way, I think our approach is stricter than the NIS2, because NIS2 only foresees that the top-level domain name registries and DNS service providers are critical. But for the let's say for the sake of having the same procedures for the whole sector, let's call it that way, so we decided that everything is going to be critical. Of course, we will also still separately register the entities providing the domain registration services, but we will look at them purely as critical entities, all those three groups of actors. Very shortly also about the process, what we have foreseen as the compliance control of these entities. So basically, they all will have to identify themselves as critical entities, but we also have the right to identify a entity as critical or important if they haven't done so by themselves. So we, as the National Cybersecurity Center, we will have the right to do so. After that, our idea is that every entity under NIS2 will have to fill a questionnaire, a self-assessment about how they are fulfilling the obligations that are written in the national cybersecurity law and also in the further cabinet regulation on minimum security requirements. After that, our team at the National Cybersecurity Center will go through these questionnaires. They have the right to send legally binding instructions in order to ensure that all the requirements are fulfilled, if they haven't been so. And after that, of course, there come the fines as well, if they, of course, do not follow. We just don't want to fine anyone for no reason. So that's, in short, basically how we have foreseen the system in Latvia. I don't think that we want to say that this is the best system or the only right way to do it. Usually with these new directives you learn by doing it. So we will see how this works. Of course, a law is something that you can change always, but at least for now that's the way how we see it. Thanks.
Thank you, Edgars, and yeah, very interesting approach in Latvia. And now I would like to turn to our subject matter experts from 3 different CCTOD registries. So maybe I'll first start with Helen and also direct the same question to you, but more from the practical and operational side. So do you think, in your opinion, does NIS2 adequately reflect on the role of TOD registries and their criticality?
Thank you, Paulina, for having me here. Yes, I would a little bit describe how it's regulated now in Estonia. Well, like a few years ago, 2018, when NIS1 came into force, then Estonians, in our side, it's Ministry of Economics who regulate the Cybersecurity Act. and they regulated .de registry as an important service provider, not essential, and our top-level name server as well. So far it has been fine. We have our standards in place, and the new NIS2 will have a change and impact because we will be interpreted as an essential service provider. So this is one big difference to us, because in Estonia there will be like additional requirements and cybersecurity measures which we need to apply. And also, I'm not sure yet how they are going to implement with the DNS providers and domain name registration service providers, yes. But as far as NIS2, we'll regulate DNS providers, so this will be a change with our Cybersecurity Act as well. And yes, so far, Economic of Ministry, we have had talks about it. They know our insight, how it's regulated today, but we don't know how they're going to regulate. But I'm quite sure they are not going to make that change, like putting everybody in the critical infrastructure system. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Thomas, would you like to add something from the Lithuanian perspective?
In Lithuania, we as TLD registry are defined as critical infrastructure already since 2016, I think. So there's not very big changes for us as for the registry, but yes, we already got some inquiries from digital infrastructure supervising ministry. It's in Lithuania. It's again Ministry of Economy and Innovation. And we were asked about DNS service providers, about registrars. So I think they are looking into this future obligation of providing the list of all the registrars to ENISA, I think so. And also, for my opinion, all this identification of providers is essential. Providers are all the domain services providers, all TLD registries. So it's even smaller registrar who has his own DNS servers and providing services to few clients, so he fall into essential service provider group. So, but we'll see how it will be exactly transposed into Lithuanian national cyber law. So, how it will affect them.
Thank you, Thomas. And Barbara?
Yeah, since NIS1 and national cybersecurity law, our registry has been recognized as essential service provider. So our status will not change. We'll get new obligation, as we all knew with NIS2. What is worrisome from our perspective is the much broader community that will fall under NIS2. Talking about DNS providers and registrars, and as already Thomas mentioned, I think it will impact registrars horribly. I mean, we tried to raise the awareness, and they will also need, as you mentioned, they will need to self-identify. And even though we really tried to contact them, to make sure that they know these are one-man bands. They are not able to participate. I mean, to fulfill all the requirements, and that means that the market will be deeply disturbed. So, do we really want that only 5-6 big registrars are in our market, and all the rest, well, they won't be able, they will be just resellers? I think this will have some consequences that probably policymakers didn't think of. I will stop here now. I'm not criticizing the intent of the law. I think we need to work on a cybersecurity and build trust and so on. But the implementation is the key. Unfortunately, I can't say anything about implementation in Slovenia. We tried to give some input to get in contact with our national legislator, but they kindly refused our participation.
Thank you, Barbara. So now we heard from all of our panelists that are representing different EU member states of different approaches across across the EU in addressing even the critical sectors, as Edgar's also already gave a glimpse on the Latvian situation. And I would like to now maybe ask a bit of a more general question, since, well, we have the NIS2 directive. It's a directive. All member states are free to regulate or to follow the directive, but to regulate the nuances on the national level. But we're also talking about regulating DNS and regulating the internet, which is borderless and global. So in your opinion, my dear panelists, how important it is to keep that in mind and think of potentially maybe a more harmonized approach, or it's important to keep the diversity of even in DNS intact, and yeah, whether you have any pointers in this direction, considering that quite a few member states maybe have not moved so much in the implementation and maybe not as advanced as Latvia. But maybe, yeah, Barbara, you have the microphone first, so you go first.
Yeah, well, CERT.LV, we always said that our richness is also our diversity, and I agree. You know, we all are working according to the national laws, but I think there is a point where we need to also take some compromises, and I think that at least to some extent harmonization and more or less unique approach would be very much appreciated. It's for the sake of registrars, you know, they serve different registries, and if they will need to fulfill the requirements of different articles in a different way for every registries, they will just decide which registries, CCs, they still serve. So I was saying before that smaller registry will go away, but then maybe we should think about bigger registrars that serve as small registries. And if our procedure will be, due to the national legislation, extremely complicated and will differ a lot from the requirements at other registries, they will say, oh, come on, this SI, this is a small domain name. We won't serve, we won't make business with you anymore. And that, again, will impact our registries. And I think that more harmonized procedures and implementation, well, I suppose that was partially the aim of the NIS2. There was a lot of, research made how NIS1 was implemented, and the EU discovered that every single country, well, made completely different approach, and so they said, well, maybe it's time to do it more synchronized, and now we are again there. We have a coordination of NIS2 implementation coordination group to discuss how to do it in a more harmonized way. I think maybe we should give some input to this coordination group and to help them and to help us or our, well, business community and DNS ecosystem.
Go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, I agree with Barbara, but I would like to add here also that NIS2 is like all about making internet greater, you know, like it's like DLDs and DNS is a part of internet integrity, and they want to make like DNS more reliable, resilient, secure, and they want to benefit digital society and to have stable operations. And NIS2 also says that they, in the end, why they are regulating DNS and DLDs is about the end user. Like, we make publicly available something and we want to make it better for the end user. But if I'm like listening that Latvia and Lithuania, we all kind of have, I see a bit different like understanding how the implementation will go. Some of us are going to have like we are part of critical infrastructure. Maybe some of us are not going that far, and there will be a fragmentation. So, and that's why I'm like asking, like, are we like really like benefiting the end user in the end? How it will impact when there won't be this harmonization that NIS2 want to have?
Thank you, Helen. Edgars, you want to? Yeah, first Edgars and then Thomas.
I just want to add one maybe example about, let's say, one issue I see could arise with this directive. In this directive, it's said that domain name registrant data must be verified, and it must be verified by the registry or by the registrar. So we need to find out in our models who will do this. And just imagine that every registry will make different decisions. So in one cases it will be left to registrars, in other cases to registry. And the same directive says that the registrant cannot be, how to say, over-verified. He must be verified only by one body, not by n registry, n registrar. So, and imagine the case where I'm a registrant and I have two domain names, one in .ee, one in .lt, and maybe third in .lv, and it's different approaches. So how the registrar maybe will need to verify me because of .lv domain name, and maybe .ee registry will verify me as a registry because of a model. So it will be against the NIS2 idea to not over-verify. So I see the issues that could arise. So
thank you, Thomas.
Yep. Thanks. A few points from policy point of view. First of all, I just wanted to clarify that in our case in Latvia, critical entity according to the NIS2 does not mean that it is critical infrastructure. So that's there's also some distinction. So it can be a critical entity, but it does not necessarily mean that it is critical infrastructure from a national point of view. The other thing. You are talking a lot about different approaches in different member states, and I think that's of course the result of the fact that it is a directive and not a regulation. So of course that we always have to keep in mind that with a directive there will always be different national approaches. So that's just how it is, and I don't think it's possible that all 27 will have the directive implemented in the same way. That's just not possible. And the final point that I wanted to highlight, I think also in regards to NIS directive, but also laws, you can write whatever you want. I mean, many people think that when you write a law, then it's like a panacea, and everything is going to suddenly be wonderful and safe and secure, etc., etc. So I think that it's basically the change of thinking that we need to have. That everyone has to understand that basically it's my own task to take care of my own cybersecurity. It's not because the state wants to fine you. People keep laughing that we just want more money in the defense budget. Well, not the case. Definitely don't want to fine anyone. It's more about giving an incentive to change the thinking. And my final point here is that, of course, you need to have awareness campaigns about the new regulations nationally in all sectors. There are many new sectors coming in with the NIS2, and of course we will have to inform all the time about the new things that are there in the legislation, and everyone has to clearly know the rules of the game. So I think, yeah, that's my point. Thanks.
Thank you, Edgars. And keep that microphone, because I would also like to address one question we received by Menti that was addressed to you. Okay. And I think it will be quite interesting since we're still on the topic of implementation and differences and harmonizations. So, Edgars, to you, you received a question from an audience member, which reads as follows. To what extent are you collaborating with 3 players? So I assume this is the .LV, but also maybe potentially other TLD registries, as well as DNS service providers and entities providing domain name registration services, to ensure that the rules and regulations are informed and that you get also input from these groups of critical entities.
Yeah, well, good question, of course. Of course, with the .LV, we cooperate, and when we were writing the law, of course, we also consulted with .LV about these specific articles in our national cybersecurity law. When it comes to other DNS actors, so Ministry of Defense is not directly in touch with those. There, I think then more .LV is cooperating. We are very much in contact with .LV, but not really with the rest. Yeah. But just final thing, of course, when we will have the seminars, workshops, whatever, when we will start informing about the new legislation, then of course we will cooperate with all the actors. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Barbara.
Just a small comment. I think it's a great idea, and at least from the point of the National Registry, I highly appreciated your approach. Being in contact with CCTLD registry is a great thing because it helps you getting the law that it will work at the end. It will make sense, and this is a great practice. I can't say that it's the same in Slovenia, even though I have to admit we do cooperate with other ministries on implementation of different laws very successfully. Just here we got a little bit stuck, I don't know. But this is the great approach also because the registry is in contact, everyday contact with other players, so they will do partially some of your job of awareness raising. That's a good approach.
Thank you, Barbara. And before we move on, I also have a question from the audience to Helen. And it's also on the consistency of approaches. So Helen, for you, we have a question. In your area of expertise, are you working with other Baltic countries to ensure consistency of an approach? And I assume that we're talking about NIS2 implementation.
I mean, I would say that we collaborate, we exchange our ideas on the matter in the center meetings. This is like the great place where all of the CCTLD registries and lawyers meet up and talk about like how it's going on. So I would ask, yes, as far as like it's possible. For us, it's always like how others do, like what's the best for the sector, you know, because our sector is not like with the territory of Estonia, it gets broader, so.
Thank you, Helen. So we're moving on to a second, maybe a bit of a tricky question, but maybe not. So we're still talking about the minimum cybersecurity measures that NIS2 put forward. It updated the already existing article on the first NIS directive that also included similar but not equal, not the identical cybersecurity measures. So maybe I'll start first with Thomas, since .LT is already identified as operator of essential services and well, all CCTLDs need to comply with NIS directive. So from the practical perspective, will NIS2 bring any changes in cybersecurity measures for .LT?
I think it will depend, of course, on how this NIS2 will be transformed into national law. Just reading the directive, you can see some sharp edges, like providing information for the not only for the national bodies, but for the European bodies, and not even for police, but and not only for law enforcement, but even for CERTs. So it's I see the challenge to identifying the actual, let's say, CERTs. So because of private data which could be provided, so we need to identify exactly, are they CERTs, official CERTs, not like group of people just said, okay, we're calling ourselves CERT, we will make investigation and please provide us data. So if the model will be how to say, to go through the local countries' gates, like let's say from the if all European or out of Europe bodies would refer to the, let's say, National Cybersecurity Center, and we will provide information to the National Cybersecurity Center, it will be okay. So it's for us. Or the same with the law enforcement. If our national Lithuanian law enforcement agency will be the gates through where all the requests from other countries will come, it will be okay, because for them it's easier to identify each other as let's say, because we have maybe some networks of communication and so on and so on. So there are things that we will see. Will they change something in our case or not? So if there will be local gateways providing information, I think then it's okay. So.
Thank you, Thomas. Barbara, would you like to also reflect?
Well, everything the same as Thomas said. In addition, well, we hope that our national legislature will stick with sufficiency of ISO certification, because if they invent some other scheme, that would mean another, well, audits, a lot of resources, and this would put a lot of burden on the registry. But in total, we hope, since we were compliant with NIS2, that not much will change for the registry, but as previously said, a lot will change for our registrars, and we hope that national security body will help them, not just find them. And we will, of course, we already had some meetings. We will try also to be present when at least draft of the national law will be presented, and to keep in mind not just our interests, but mainly of our registrars, because they will be highly impacted and they are not ready.
Thank you, Barbara. And my question now will be to Helen, considering that there will be quite a change potentially a change in assessing CCTLD registry from important to essential. So in Estonia, do you expect more changes to your existing cybersecurity practices in place as a result of NIS2?
Well, I wouldn't say there will be like a big change. Because we're still like, everything is already like the minimum requirements that are on place. But currently, as already Barbara said, for us, we will apply for the new ISO certificate as well. So there will be new standards on place, and with the NIS2 Article 21, there is also, it talks a lot about this significant incident within 24 hours. You have to collaborate with member states abroad with CERT, I remember. So those will be the protocols that we need to take into account how this will work in practice. Also, like there was like more about disaster recovery and supply chain. We need to analyze this security supply chain, because in our supply chain there are registrars. So we have to look again our contracts, because as a registry, of course, we need to comply with NIS2. So I hope we won't need to change much there, but still this is the analyzation we need to do.
Thank you, Helen. And to Edgars, I would like to maybe ask from the perspective of another important party, that is the competent authority and the supervision. So from your side, let's say from the policy side, do you expect any changes for competent authorities as a result of the NIS2 and more, maybe potentially more stringent cybersecurity risk management measures?
No, definitely there will be a lot of changes on our side, because what we of course understood already during the discussions in the Council and the EU about NIS2, that the amount of additional work is actually really big. There's a lot what you need to do in terms of checking the compliance of all of the entities, and therefore also we decided that it is time to create the National Cybersecurity Center. So we will have a bigger department at the Ministry of Defense, also CERT.LV with reinforcements, personnel reinforcements. So definitely we, from the Ministry of Defense side, we have not done this checking of compliance so far. So this is going to be something new for us. We have to create a whole new structure. So definitely, and I don't think it's just going to be unicorns and rainbows. I think it's probably going to be pretty tough in the beginning, because it's a completely new system for many, and there will be mistakes by all means. Not even dreaming about the idea that everything will just go very, very smoothly, but I think that's the part of the whole process. You just have to start with something, and the main thing is just not to be afraid to make mistakes, and to improve the system slowly, and just to make it work better and better.
Thank you. And before we move on to our final remarks, since we are unfortunately already approaching an end of our panel, maybe perhaps somebody from the audience would like to pose a question to our panelists on anything you've heard, or if there's any other pressing NIS2 related questions that you might want to ask, since we have some microphones in the room. Don't be shy.
Refresh it.
Refreshing. Okay, so nobody in the room, and I'm checking the Menti. Okay, there are many very specific questions, but maybe I'll take one, since we have not too much time left. So we're talking about obviously the CCTOD perspective, and also the overall cross-border effect on registrars, but we're also have more general and generic TOD registry operators that are also under scope. So do you see any differences in the challenges that are posed to these GTLDs as opposed to CCTLDs? Maybe that's a bit of a tricky question, but if anybody from the panel would like to address this, feel free.
If I understood correctly, so what impact for GTLDs would be this NIS2 directive? If it go that way, it was with GDPR, so let's hope this NIS2 directive will move a whole world into a higher baseline of security of industries, of critical industries. So but who knows?
Thank you, Thomas, for taking this tricky question also. Well, we have another question on the Article 28, but I believe that it will be taken on by the following panel, so I will leave this question for the next panel. And since we have a few minutes left, I would like to ask maybe a very short last question before we wrap up. So in your opinion, will NIS2 contribute to greater DNS security? So who would like to start?
I don't want to be negative. I think that, yeah, I said it so many times. We need to make, well, to rebuild trust. We need to work on this. Will NIS2 specifically bring something really that matters? I'm not quite sure. I think there are, well, maybe this is, you know, as yesterday Patrick said, we need to work on every battle and work. Different small steps matter. I'm afraid it will bring a lot of burden. It will influence the operation, not just us and national units, registrars. I'm not quite sure it will really add so much as intended to the security, I'm afraid, because maybe some soft measures would do more, you know, awareness raising, trying to teach people, because you can do whatever you want on a technical level, but you can't beat the stupidity or naivety. You know, it's you can't defend everyone from everyone. So it's a very difficult topic, and I know that policymakers can't do anything else. You know, it's your instrument, and you have to fight in your field. I think and we will always support this battle because it's also important for us. But well, you do that, but please talk to your colleagues. Let us be a part of this process, because we are on the same side. We are not fighting against our legislators. We are always on the same part, just that measures have to be somehow in the way that we can do it and that they make sense.
I maybe will say more from a global perspective. Yes, I believe that this will increase the level of security in cyberspace, and even just because I think next 2 years it will be hot topic all across the European Union, and it will help even for the companies that, for the governmental even or other public institutions that are not getting financing for the cybersecurity to get maybe these funds and to really to think and to increase the baseline of the cybersecurity. So I think from a global perspective, yeah, it's a really good thing.
Yeah, maybe I just will add that NIS2 will not like directly target like DNS security, but it will like indirectly raise the awareness of cybersecurity, promote the incident reporting, the supply chain security, but it's just like one operational thing, but DNS is like technical infrastructure. So it's all about like a broader strategy to have more secure DNS, I believe.
Yes, for the sake of saving time and taking into account that I'm coming from the policy-making ministry, so yes, absolutely, it will increase.
Thank you. And well, with that, I think we're on time, and I would like to yeah, extend a big applause to all the panelists for their expertise and sharing with us some of the insight. And with that, I would like to give it back to you, Dana.
Thank you so much. That was very productive and interesting. Thank you. A little present from us, a little candies and a medal for a very good moderation of the very compelling panel. Thank you. Thank you again, Helen.
I'm coming back.
Oh yeah, you're coming, but okay. But I'll give you presents anyway.
And please don't go far. Go back.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, and already we touched upon the subject of the next panel that is called Data Accuracy and Tools for Implementing It. And the moderator of this panel will be our CEO of the .LV Registry, Katrina, Iveta, the head of NIC.LV Policy Development and Strategy Group, Laura from DOMREG LT Registry Lawyer, Helen, that we already saw on stage from .EU Registry, and Asta from Eurid.EU Registry, Support and Operations Manager. Please come on the stage and welcome.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us today for another interesting panel discussion. We have, I'll sit here, thank you very much. So we have excellent panel, thank you, and well, tough women, talking about data accuracy and tools for implementing it. And we have, actually, I think 3 lawyers and 1 support and operations manager, Asta. Asta is from .eu. She has implemented, she and her team have implemented data validation process within Eurid, which is the registry operator of .eu. And then we have Laura, who is a new lawyer. She herself says that she's new in this particular area at DOMREG. So we're very interested to hear your perspective. We have Helen, who is the senior lawyer leading lawyer at .ee. And we have Iveta, who is a senior lawyer at CERT.LV also. And at NIC.LV, she leads the legal and compliance group. But before we go into the details of our discussion, let me just give you a very, very brief introduction on what we're talking about today. So, and that's NIS2, specifically Article 28, Database of Domain Name Registration Data. As you can see, the directive asks us to, for the purpose of contributing to the security, stability, and resilience of the DNS, they ask us to maintain accurate and complete domain name registration data. So what does that mean? If, for example, you are a Santa Claus and you need to deliver presents according to the way people behaved during the past year, so what would you do? What would you need to ensure that you deliver the right present to the right person? Here we talk about data accuracy. If you Google, you can find that one of the definitions. There are many of them on the internet. Data accuracy, it means error-free records that can be used as a reliable source of information. And data completeness, that is the extent to which a data set has all the relevant and necessary information for a given purpose. So NIS2 directive also gives us very clear information on what exactly do we need to collect. And that's, we need to have a domain name, the date of registration, the registrant's name, contact email address, and telephone number, and the contact email address and telephone number of the point of contact. The domain name, well, that's not an issue, right? The date of registration, we also know that. We should talk more about the last 2. And before we do that, I'll do something that is a little bit provocative, and I know that my dear panelists here are not ready for that. You know that if you ask a lawyer, and we have 3 lawyers here, if you ask a lawyer to give you a very short answer, the shortest one you can expect is what? You know, it depends. Yes, it depends. But I would like to ask our distinguished panelists today to give me a shorter answer, yes or no, preferably. Yes or no to the questions I will ask you now, and then we will move forward to exploring and digging deeper into each of those questions. So, are you ready for the challenge? And we'll see if you'll see lawyers suffering. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, is the data quality and accuracy a challenge for your registry? Use the mics and yep. Short answers. Aivat, I see already you're yeah.
Oh, it's active. A spark in my eye. I would say yes and no.
Okay, good. Helen?
Still yes.
Asta?
I would say yes.
Laura?
Also yes, for all of us.
Thank you. Don't put your mic down. Is it expensive in terms of financial and human resources to ensure data accuracy and validation?
No, I have not calculated.
No? And you have, I don't know. Okay.
I have to say yes, it is expensive because...
Oh, no.
Yes.
And yes from LV as well.
Oh, good. No, we're getting better and better at that. Okay. Is it possible to improve data accuracy?
Always.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Maybe.
Can registries and registrars work together to validate the data? Can registries and registrars work together to validate the data?
I guess yes. And we already do that.
Leave that for later.
Yes, they can.
Yes, I would say so.
Laura?
We must.
We must. Okay, good. Does the data accuracy requirement contribute to the security, stability, and resilience of the DNS? One word.
No one would hope.
Asta?
It depends.
Oh, you're cheating.
I would say no.
Yeah, I would be on the no side.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much for being honest and being up for the challenge. And now we'll go deeper into, well, basically almost all of these questions. So, are you, well, we're already established that. So, so what is the main struggle in your registry? Maybe you know also a little bit about registrars. What the main struggle with data quality and data accuracy? So who would like to start?
I can probably start because thank you for having me. I think our main struggle is the diversity of our clients, because we're working with 27 member states, and we are validating accuracy of data from all European Union. And that is the main struggle, because there is at the moment, no validation method that can verify end users in all EU countries.
And I would add, for those registries that actually provide service or domain name registrations across the globe, it's even harsher, because if the EU, we have some tools that can assist in our validation process. For foreign or other registrations, it's up to us actually to create the processes and procedures how we will, and actually how we validate this foreign registration that comes from US, China, or any other part of the world.
And according to our regulation, yes, our contract with registrars must ensure, yes, the accuracy of domain data, domain holder data. But we had Donald Duck, or my name doesn't matter, or just human mistakes, so the data doesn't ensure as we wanted.
Any comments from Helen?
Yes, about the data accuracy, you saw yesterday, and you have heard that in Estonia we are using this ID card and electronic identification. So I would say, like from a legal side, that we have good practices on place, but it doesn't guarantee us that our data is still like accurate. But I would like to just stress out that those practices are working for us, and in general we see that our data is really of course, the measures and the protocols we are doing. We are once a year controlling our email addresses and telephone number, and so on. So those practices are on place. So I would say that, yeah, but this is still a problem, to maintain and to control and to see if it's everything correct. And still this ID card is only about Estonians, but we still have 10% foreign registrants. So this is again another question you always have to see. And another protocol which is on place is about we are controlling them through the bank transfer. So, but registrars need to look whether the registrant who pays and buys the domain name has the same bank account name. So this is one procedure which is on place. It's not perfect, and we're working to have new solutions. Yeah.
And I remember when you implemented this Estonian ID card requirement for your registrants, I think it wasn't so easy in the beginning. So it took some time. It took some time not only to implement it, but also to convince people that that's a good idea and they have to use it. But now that you have implemented it, probably it is definitely easier for you now. But still, I have a question. So what are the costs? What are the costs of this daily struggle to ensure data accuracy? And what are the costs in terms of financial, and not only financial, but also human resources? Because I think that, for example, at URID, you spend a lot of time really checking the data, and that is manual work. So it requires a lot of time and, yes, resources. Any comments on that?
I can start. We have always cared for our registrants' data. And at the beginning, it was entirely manual process where we had at least 3 full-time employees checking manually completeness of the data and the data accuracy against public databases. It has evolved, and gradually it has evolved in a way that it has become more automated process where we use third-party services. But that means that we have to integrate those services within our registry infrastructure. And so we need our tech team to work on develop automation tools to integrate these third-party services and to maintain them. So now it is, we have even more people engaged in ensuring data accuracy than before. We are devoting even more time to maintain this process. And then I can just add that also the third-party services, they are different. There are public databases, and that's great, but they do not cover everything we need. So we also have to look into third-party services that are commercial services. And they are great as well. So there is a mix of tools that we use, actually, to have these validations that currently we have.
Thank you.
I can continue maybe. For us, since .eu has an obligation of eligibility criteria, we started data accuracy checks almost from the beginning of .eu. I could see that it's divided into 3 steps. We have a detection, processing, and validation. And all these 3 steps includes human interaction, maybe not so much the first one, because we have a system developed on IE-based system that detects or potentially abusive domain names. Then we have another way of detecting abusive domain names for daily checks. We concentrate currently only on the new registrations. Our validation platform is as well partially automated. So from human perspective, I think that the highest cost is on support during the validation process, because we currently have 6 different validation methods. They do not apply to all end users, depending on which country they are coming from. And they just sometimes can get lost in validation methods. And this is what we would really like to help them to actually to have a reliable validation method that could validate all data points of the request of the data. Because with NIS2, there is a data points that you should be validating, but there is no validation method that can actually validate them all. And this is, I think, where the struggle is, and the cost, as we were talking about, the cost is maintaining all 3 steps, and as well at the 3rd step you have external providers that you have to rely on, that their methods that we are using are actually working.
Mm-hmm. We also have like these validation processes on place, and most of them I would say are automated. So there are not much like human and manual like things in place. Like there is like not much need for that, but still we are looking to have like new validation processes. We have developed EEID for the platform to have like bring together different methods of strong identification, and we are now looking on the Verif, and we want to apply like FIDO ID. So this is something new. So this is always a cost for a registry, you know, to make this kind of like looking, analyzation, what's the good for us, what's not. So there is always work behind it. But I would say that the more you automate it, the easier it gets.
I will be shorter. As I said, when I haven't calculated the exact cost of validation, yes, of verification of data. It's more not financial, but human resources, because it takes time. But in future, it will come with bigger financial cost, because it comes with new technical verification tools, and yes, it will be more expensive.
Yeah, it will be, definitely. And if it's expensive for registries, it's expensive for registrars as well. So you have to account for those costs, right? And as to something that you said that you have a process of identifying potentially abusive domain names. But the NIS2 directive doesn't talk about potentially abusive domain names. It talks about all the domain names. And now I'm happy that we have only 140,000 of them. But you have more than 3 million. So if you will have to extrapolate it, so how scalable is the solution that you currently use?
Yeah, I just... we were theoretically calculating that if we would have to maintain the accuracy and check each domain name every year, so we should check 7, I think, on 27 per minute, 24/7, like 365, constantly. So this is even if we would be continuing developing and automating our system to maintain the accuracy, I don't know how scalable it is. We cannot, at the moment, I don't know how it's going to be done. If the request will be to check yearly, for example.
Any other comments on scalability of your solutions?
It will be the biggest problem.
Well, because one thing is when the domain name gets registered, right? But you are required to ensure that name, phone number, and email address is accurate, perhaps at any point in time. And now I keep thinking, yeah, Evert, I see
actually
already.
What you're talking about probably is validity of the data, but it is not written in NIS2 that we have to ensure validity of the data, its accuracy, and then we have to talk at which point this accuracy should be achieved during the priority registration or also during the whole period of use of the domain name. And that's, I would say, is the validity of data that is not yet required.
Well, not yet, but we're getting there. Helen?
Yeah, I would just add that, well, I would agree with Iveta that NIS2 is like, it wants like registries to have like right like procedures on place to prevent inaccurate data and to put it actually on public. It was also like you have to make publicly available like how you are managing and how you reach to that aim. So you have to have those procedures on place. Nobody, I would say, says that you like, of course, make the best to have accurate data, but you can never like 100% be sure that this is accurate, this is the right email address. I mean, like with the attacks and threats, like those guys are smart. I mean, they know what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Just to add to what Helen said, it is still like up to us actually, and it's not clear from NIS2 directive what level of data accuracy actually is expected of us, and what is this ideal state, what error rate is acceptable, if any, and these are the questions that we are asking us to ourselves, that, okay, there are registries of citizens, and this database should be pretty accurate, and still they have like lagging behind with, for example, death certificates or address register, because individuals do not care actually to update if they change their postal address. So how we as a registry with no access to such high-level data accuracy databases can ensure like highest level of data accuracy? No. And for emails or telephone numbers, it's also a question how we will validate all the data set together or each data category separately. For example, we know that the registrant's name is validated by e-identity tool. Email is identified separately, and then there is this telephone number, and it's not like how we ensure that it's for same domain name holder. They can be 3 different persons actually behind it.
No, absolutely, and that is an issue, and that's why we're sitting here and actually bringing up all those issues. And that's a very fair point, and now we're getting closer maybe to tools that we can use to do this verification. And clearly there's no one single tool we can use to make sure that we have accurate data for all data points. But maybe just share your experience with the various tools that you use in your daily operations to ensure data accuracy. Yvette already mentioned a couple of them, but yeah.
I would say I would group them in categories because, as I mentioned before, we value and also use publicly available databases made available at EU and national levels, and these public databases cover data that we check on legal persons in the EU. We also now work on integrating validation of individuals via the e-identity platform provided by Latvian State Radio and Television Center. And these services actually are, this service and also alternative ones, bank services are also available to our registrars as well. And this integration will also be like part of it will cover also bank provided services for identity verification. And with that module also there is e-IDAS possibility, and I've checked that in Latvia at least e-IDAS will cover only 15 member states currently, so it's not 27 that we would like to have. So there are those who are out of the scope, out of those tools. So for those, yes, we have to look, either stick to our risk-based assessments that we have now, and on top of those publicly available things and the things that tools that we need to integrate, we also use commercial service. It's a Latvian service provider, and was really great feeds that we receive on Latvian companies. Also, they ensure that we receive automated feeds on changes of the company. That, for example, company name or address has been changed. Current status, whether there is insolvency procedures, bankruptcy, or liquidation. But this feed actually ensures this validity aspect that is like additional dimension to accuracy and completeness. Okay. Yep. But for foreign, as I mentioned before, foreign registrations, it's still like manual and risk-based validation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Helen.
Yvette, is it made by the registrar or the registry? The validation?
It could be both actually, because according to registrar agreement, registrar must ensure that the registration, domain name registration application contains correct and accurate data.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll go into that a little bit later. Yes, Helen, any other tools from you?
Quite similar, yeah. We also use public data available in the business registry, for example. We look into our database, see if the information is correct. If it's not correct, we have automated procedures on place to look into it. And with the validation, it's also through the registrars. They are identifying with Estonians. It's like easy because in Estonia, everybody uses their ID card with different e-solutions. So there is ID card on place. And with foreign registrants, as I said before, through the bank transfer. And also there is, as I said, the new service. We are now developing EEID platform. And this is actually made for the registrars to validate and identify foreign registrants. So this is another platform and thing we are doing to benefit and make validation easier.
That's good, because now we've touched upon this very important topic. So how can registries and registrars work together? How can registries help registrars? For example, by pointing out to those tools that we use so that they can use them too. So any comments on that? You have many registrars.eu.
Yes, we have many registrars, and at the moment, yeah, our registrar agreement as well requires registrars to provide correct and accurate data, and provisions that registrar submits the correct data. We are cooperating, but at the moment the validation process is only done on URIT side. We are informing registrars that the data verification process has started, so they are informed and they can follow the process by receiving email notifications, what happened, if it has been validated successfully, and then as well they see the result of the validation, if it's negative usually, because the domain name gets suspended, which probably is a bit too late in certain way, because they cannot, yeah, then the effect of validation is not maybe the one that everyone would like. So I would like to see more cooperation, and I would like to see how we could involve our registrars even more. However, we are, again, as we have a diversity in end users, we have a diversity in registrars, and at the moment we are developing systems for the end users to validate their data and relying on registrars providing us accurate data.
Thank you. And Laura, any comments?
My colleagues said all, but yes, we must cooperate with our registrars, because it will be another problem. Duplication of data, yes, collection and verification. Registrars ask, domain holders, and we as registry ask, and so why? Why double collection and verification? It's not acceptable for domain holders. We want easier. Yes.
That's a good point. We should never forget about the actual customers of ours, right? About the domain name holders. And actually, I think that we have managed to scare some of them, because we've got a question. What are the options for a privacy-focused person to register a domain name without sharing their data with anyone and any organization to prevent any possible data leaks?
It is, yeah, I think there is a balance between privacy and security in this case, and also how you enter into agreement. Because in order to have your domain name, you have to enter an agreement. So you cannot sign it anonymously. You have to have your credentials. It's like, yeah. Well, although there are actually privacy proxy services, called, and those persons who want
but they still
keep their
have
privacy.
to give some of their data, don't they?
Yeah, still there is an entity that keeps the data on registrant, obviously, yes.
Just last week when we had the legal meeting in Oslo, we talked about it, that most CERT.LVs doesn't allow proxy services. So I would answer, just don't register a domain name.
Good advice.
It's not possible other way.
Any comments, Asta, Laura?
Yes, I said domain is your property. You can try to go to the bank and say, I am nothing, I am nobody, give me money, yes, 1 million, and I am nobody. No, it's,
okay,
yes.
it's
and
not possible.
I just to add, the data publicly is not available. So currently, the WHOIS policies don't they do not require for private individuals to be displayed, and then it's not really shouldn't be a problem for the end user to provide the data if they purchase a domain name.
Yeah, just a comment. As I understood, that person would like to keep the secret or privacy to himself and doesn't want to give any registration data at all to registrant or registrar. So in this case, who is not showing the data of the whois would be like not enough for him.
Yeah, most probably, yeah.
Katrina, we have a comment.
Oh, we have a comment. Yes, please.
Yeah, well, while many CCLDs do not allow proxy services, a lot of resellers can register domain name under them and then register domains for the clients. A lot of them do.
That's true, but they still have to know who their clients
still,
are.
No.
the proxy service provider knows the customer.
Not always. They do not validate as much as the registrars as we do. Like a lot of users will use the fake data and often provide even fake documents.
So there is an issue, I would say, that from the registry side, there must be a representative of a domain name. Is it a registrar, whatsoever, but there must be some data about the domain registrant still.
I mean, the data is about the reseller. A lot of resellers put all the domains under their name, but the third person who's buying, who wants to stay private, that data stays private. He can offer the fake data to this reseller. That's the point.
Now discussion becomes juicier. So you can give fake data. Well, that definitely does not contribute to security and safety. But okay,
yeah,
that's very interesting to have. Yeah.
The point is a lot of, I trained the abuse team to validate a lot of data and take down domains. And they often, as I said, send the fake documents they purchased somewhere. That happens a lot.
That happens a lot. And so the question is, what happens to those domain names? So
they go, our abuse team takes them down.
Well, okay.
If they notice that the data they're providing is fake, like,
yeah.
And in regards to this discussion, of course, the CCLDs mostly are within the Europe. You have 10% foreign domainers or something like that. But if you want to grow, you'll have people from China or whatever in the world. That gets much harder to verify. Like it's much easier to verify European passport to see that it's real and their utility bill or whatever. But someone from India or Pakistan, because they do not even have the passports, they have their special IDs that's only in their language. How are you going to verify that that data is real?
Good question. And we have a similar question here in Menti. Is there a way to implement Article 28 in a way that respects the diverse approaches of CCTLDs while aligning with existing global policies that generic TLDs comply with? Does that matter? Any advice? And we have, another similar question from a large domain registry. How are you planning to verify registrants outside the EU, as many CCTLDs can be registered by anyone, unlike .eu? Many can be unlike .eu, where validation makes more sense and isn't just a check mark. So 2 questions. Any comments from our panelists?
We'll think about it.
I mean,
Fair point.
Yeah, one option that we are now analyzing is that maybe we are going to use a third-party solution, Verif, that they are going to look like through the camera, the ID of a person and check whether it's the person or not, and they will have their ID membership of the system and they will be part of it, but it's just in the progress. We're like analyzing whether we're going to do it or not, because it will have like financial resources for that. So, but I would say that in general, it's really like hard for registries to verify people outside EU. I mean, it's the problem for everybody.
As I mentioned before, for us foreigners, that we cannot identify against our databases. We make risk assessment before we actually, and we look for patterns. Basically, you can see that there are registrations that are coming in and they have these like threat indicators, you would say. And our compliance team basically looks into it and is really creative on how to assess those registrations. But it's like we don't have like set of tools for those.
Maybe I just would add that validation is not always, how to say, to validate data, it's not really what we always aiming is to start the process and to stop the abusive registrations. And those, for those we do not even expect to get validation. So this is as well just starting the procedure, offering the methods actually prevents the use of domain name for abusive purposes. So, and often these registrations do come from outside Europe, as Iveta was saying, and then they just don't need to validate. They just should be suspended as soon as possible. So we are always, because we're only talking about how to make sure that the data is accurate, but we should as well think how to stop the abusive registrations.
Because NIS2 is all about the abusive registration and to avoid inaccurate data. So.
Yes, because we are using the methods and we are using all the process actually to stop abuse.
Yeah, and I see we have a comment from the audience.
Yeah, Dmitro from Ukraine. When you mentioned the ID verification, right, I know that you act on the presumption that identification document is a physical object, a plastic. Well, in Ukraine, the electronic passports in DIA are full equivalent to that. And they're in EIDAS framework, or EIDAS, I don't know how to say. And I know they're working now on inter-exchange compatibility with the EU. So I suggest if you ever want to try a third-party country, you should start with Ukraine, because this can complete electronic encrypted data transferred to you, and you can verify the identity. And the signature is the certificate authority verified by Ukrainian Ministry of Digital Transformation. Of course, you can probably reach out to the government, not to me, of course, but the Ukrainian government, and I'm sure they can cooperate with you on that. Because then basically you can verify the authenticity of the document and the identity of the registrant. And I guess we should do the same in Ukraine, but that's another story. That's for us to do.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're glad you are working.
Very quickly running out of time. May I ask to have this Menti question online, because we have talked to quite some extent, and we'd like to ask you a question now. So menti.com, please enter the code 83596364 and answer the question there, which is about the tools. So we already mentioned a couple of tools here, but maybe share your experience, maybe add some ideas for others of what tools could be used, maybe invent new tools to be used to ensure data accuracy. So the question is, what tools would you use to validate the data of a domain name holder? And just write your answer, and we will have all those answers on the screen. And meanwhile, any last words? So will this data accuracy requirement help us to be more secure? And now you can give a little bit more elaborate answer, but be brief, still be brief. Iveta?
I will be brief. It certainly will affect quality of data and contribute to overall security. But as mentioned in NIS2 directive, it should contribute to security, stability, and resilience of DNS. And I'm not so convinced what effect the data accuracy will have on creating more secure, stable, and resilient DNS.
Thank you. Helen?
Yeah, I would say that data accuracy, like having correct email address or telephone number, it's helpful for the incident report. I mean, and those kind of like collaboration which NIS2 want to do. I think it will help to have like more secure DNS, but it's just another indirect way.
Thank you. Asta?
Yeah, I think that it will increase collaboration. It will change the further how we're working with the data. But the rest we will see after how it is going to be enforced in the different member states.
Thank you. Laura?
As I said, I hope it will, because yes, it will be easier for forced institutions to identify those who commit malicious acts. But we know people, they look for easier, for pass by way, and it will be to a short time.
Okay. Thank you very much. As well, just to summarize, everybody has the right to register a domain name, and with the right comes responsibility. And one of that is to use the domain name to make sure that you don't cause any issues for others. Let me thank our panelists today. Could we have we have the result on the screen. Thank you very much for your ideas and your sharing some of the things that you prefer or propose to use. And thanks a lot. Let us all thank our panelists. And let's move to the next one.
Thank you all. And so to properly digest all the information heard today about all the prerequisites and requirements we'll all have to comply with, please, I invite you to go to lunch. And thank you, our distinguished panelists. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, hello and welcome back after lunch, where you had some time to digest what we heard regarding NIS2 directive, and now maybe a bit more interesting and also valuable tips and tricks that will be shared by our great friends and our registrar, CEC Corporate Domains Regional Director, Patrick House, who will talk about effective domain name strategies to protect vital assets and tackle cybercrime. So please give a warm welcome to a man who has birthday today. So here, the floors are yours.
Yeah, I'm getting 1 year older today. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we have people watching as well from many other regions online, so good morning for the ones who are listening to us, and maybe good evening as well for some others. I'm Patrick House from CSC. Super happy to be here in beautiful Latvia, I think the country where everyone is called Yanis. So if you have any problem, you're not from Latvia and you need anything in the street, just ask Yanis. There's always going to be a Yanis around, I guess. I want to start with 2 words. The first is thank you. Usually we end with thank you, but I just wanted to start with a thank you. And this thank you is especially to Dana and Katrina for organizing the Baltic Domain Days. We are super proud to be here today, again in this beautiful country. Fantastic event, CyberChess. CSC is super proud to be a sponsor of this, this event. So thank you very much for giving the opportunity to speak today here. And congratulations was the second word actually for people organizing this beautiful event in Riga. For sure we're going to be here next year again to partner with you guys. So I'm Patrick House. Quite a tricky situation because I have an Irish first name. I have a German family name. I'm French, actually. I work for a US company. But most importantly, every night I dream about domains, and for a very, very long time, and we're going to be speaking about domains this afternoon, of course. So why do I dream about domains? Actually, I'm originally an IP lawyer, so nothing really connected to cybersecurity whatsoever. And I used to work for many big brands on the French market as a legal counsel. So I used to work in the bank and finance industry. I used to work in the telecom industry as well. But I also had a chance to work for domain registries like AFNIC, who is running the .fr, and also the .paris, which has been launched as part of the first round of the new GTLD program. I've been working for registrars as well, Indom, which was a very French startup-ish corporate registrar, NetNames, who then got acquired by NetNames, and then I joined NetNames, I joined CSC to run corporate development. So I've been in the industry for 24 years, with CSC for almost 10 years, and I've been very involved in the domain and probably most importantly the intellectual property community within associations like INTA. I'm part of the Internet Committee, or MARCS. I'm part of the Cyberspace Committee, where we're discussing about all the different, I would say, infringement, brand abuse, or DNS abuse related topics, which are hot topics, of course, right now. I just wanted to say a couple of words about CSC. For those who don't know CSC, CSC is the most security-conscious registrar on this planet. We are managing nearly 3 million domains for corporate mainly, and we are also providing online brand protection services and anti-fraud services as well. So what am I going to speak about today? Today I want to speak with you and explain you a little bit what big corporates, when they are trying to protect their brands, are basically putting in place when it comes to securing their online presence. And you're going to see that there's quite a lot of things that brand owners need to do in order to be protected. So really putting, myself and yourself basically of the shoes of a, organization needing to manage domain in a secure manner. There was obviously a lot of changes within the, I would say, cyberspace. It's really time for companies and organizations to get organized in order to mitigate risks. So domain security is the topic here, and I wanted to dig a little bit into what domain security is. So is it basically registering domains, as in, is it basically securing domains, as in, registering domains, or my domains, are they secure, meaning, do I need to apply some security features to my domains in order to get them as secure as possible and to avoid attacks? And obviously, as it was mentioned during previous presentation this morning or yesterday, I'm thinking about the presentation of David from ICANN, there was quite a significant change in the digital landscape with an acceleration of threats with COVID, and now even further and even more with generative AI, with obviously increasing the risk lately. So having said that, I just wanted to highlight the fact that when we speak about domain security, we always need to see the two angles of what domain security basically is. So the first angle is obviously to make sure that all your domains are under control, they are registered, and you apply all the different security features which are available on the market in order to get them, protected and up and running 100% of the time. The second angle that you need to take into consideration is how bad actors basically are using the domain ecosystem in order to perform attacks. For example, when registering, deterring domains using a brand for example, what we usually call cyber squatting. So that's really the two angles you need to take into consideration. It's not only about having a portfolio and registering and renewing domains, it's also about the use of what third parties, bad actors are doing with your brands when it comes to domain registrations. Today, I mean, we have a lot of threats out there. Domain security is a solution to mitigate these threats. I've listed a few. We know cyber squatting, we know typo squatting, we know domain shadowing, we know dangling DNS, we know phishing attacks, and so on, or DNS DDoS attacks as well. So many threats out there, and it's really important, to mitigate all these risks. So I wanted to speak a little bit as well about who has been managing domains within a big corporation or big organization. And there was some change as well. I started in the industry, in 1999, so in the last century, my God. And I remember that back in the 20th century, it was mainly IT people who were managing domains because they needed to configure an email address in order to send emails, basically. But things have changed. Internet has grown, the landscape has changed, and then we've seen the first cyber squatting cases, the rise of UDRPs and all the different DRPs that we have in the world. And we've seen basically an increase of legal people basically starting to handle domain names exactly like they're handling and managing trademarks within their organization. That was quite of a move as well, and we started to see the first dispute and decision in front of the WIPO in Geneva in 1999, and thousands of them since then, of course. And then we had the rise of e-commerce, and we started to have people thinking about digital transformation, digital transition, imagining new process in order to go digital, and the start really of the e-commerce, and that's when we started to see people from digital or marketing managing domains. And now the situation is again changing because we are seeing all the threats out there in the wild web, as we tend to call it, and now we have security people starting to think about domains and really approaching these two angles I was speaking about in order to secure the domains and to offer domain security, basically. So why do we have all these threats out there? I mean, the concept of security by design obviously didn't exist back in, I think it was 1985, in January, when the very first domain, which was a .net actually, not a .com, but a .net domain was registered. Security by design obviously didn't exist, and that was, 40 years ago nearly. And also domains were not that important for businesses, and we've seen a lot of conversation and presentation during these 2 days where we were speaking about domains and how they are now integrated into what we call national critical infrastructure. So domains are key for security, domains are key for everyone, domains are key for the business, domains are real foundation of the internet, and we need to remember that. And put them really ahead of many like C-level conversation when it's come to discussing about the big challenges of companies. I decided to take 2 examples to illustrate really how things are, evolving when it comes to domain threats, and maybe speak about 2 weaknesses. Not sure if I need to call that weaknesses. It's more the way internet has been designed, which is creating problems. So the first thing that I wanted to speak about with you is what we call the first come, first serve rule, which is a standard rule within the domain ecosystem. And here I have an article from the BBC News, which is actually about a French company called Vinci. It's a very well-established construction company, 300,000 employees across the globe, in 130 jurisdictions. And what happened to these guys, they suddenly saw their stock, their share basically at the Paris Stock Exchange dropped 20% in 1 day. So everything was wondering what was happening. And basically, a cyber squatter decided to register Vinci.group when the actual domain of Vinci is Vinci.com. And the guy basically decided to send to Bloomberg agency a communication about Vinci doing some profit warning. So immediately, information was received by Bloomberg. They thought the information was authentic. It was not. It was sent by a domain in .group. And the stock, the share basically of Vinci at the Paris Stock Exchange dropped by 20%. Then it went a bit higher at the end of the day, but basically that was a tsunami for them. So that's something which is one element which is very important that we need to remember, and which brand owners have, permanently on their mind when they do all these, what we call proactive or defensive registration to add more domains within their portfolio. The second weakness of the system is that basically your online presence is not behind your firewall. You have to deal with your online presence with many different stakeholders within the internet and domain ecosystems, and they are all out there in the wild, and you cannot protect them behind your firewall. So when I speak about that, I speak about, cloud providers, I speak about the registries, I speak about the registrars, I speak about all the elements that you need basically to be present online 100% of your time. So this is something we need to remember because sometimes traditionally when we speak about cybersecurity, we can speak, about what is behind the firewall, but there's not that, always. We need to see as well what's outside and what are the external threats on your domain portfolio. So this is something we need to be aware of. So let's get now into what type of tactics the organization, the brand owners are putting in place in order to be fully secure online. So don't read everything. I'm just going to go through very quickly to give you some example. But basically, there are always 2 questions that brand owners need to ask themselves in order to build up their strategy. The first question, which is very easy to answer when you get an information about one specific domain, is basically, do I own this domain? Very easy, you check your registrar account, you're going to see within the list whether this is a domain that you own or not. The second question is this a domain which is strategic for you? A domain which is strategic for you is a domain that you need in order to be present online on a specific market. A Latvian company is going to need .lv domains in order to promote their products online. Same for a Latvian citizen who wants to create a blog and so on is going to register .lv domains. And basically a domain which is strategic for you and which you own, this is what is business critical for you. All these domains need consolidation. Sometimes you're going to need some extra registration if there are some gaps in your protection. But as part of these domains are going to be considered as vital, because that's the ones where you're going to have your emails, your websites, your VPNs, voice over IP, and many different online services. And if you have an outage with one of these services, your entire business is going to stop. So on these domains, you're going to have to apply all the different security features that are offered on the market by registrar, by registries, by DNS providers, and so on and so forth. I can list a few registry locks, very popular within the domain business for vital domains, DNSSEC, HTTPS, DMARC, and so on and so forth. Two-factor authentication. There are still too many registrars not offering two-factor authentication. This should be mandatory within all the different portals. IP validation is also something which is very important. Training your staff on security measures and best practices and so on and so forth. The second group of domains, again, in order to build your strategy, some domains are going to be strategic for you, specific territories where you need to be, where you need the CCTLDs or the GTLD, but you don't own these domains. These are all what we call infringement, and these are requiring enforcement, legal actions in order to be able to recover the domain which is owned by a third party. And of course, Group B has to be as small as possible, and Group A has to be as big as possible. The pivot of all this strategy is basically one thing that you all know, is that you cannot register every single domain. Okay, so you need to have other tools in place in order to be efficient when you build a strategy. So of course you know that there are domains which are not strategic for you, domains that you don't need or that you don't need anymore. If Baltic Domain Days started 10 years ago, maybe, kind of, you probably had a domain like Baltic Domain Days 2013.LV. That's probably a domain you don't need anymore. Okay, right? So in this case, if this is a domain that you own, Group C, that's a domain basically that you may want to lapse because your organization will probably not want to spend money for such a domain. So releasing domains is sometimes interesting, but also for this type of domains, you may considering divesting these domains. There is an aftermarket for domains which is quite active. So sometimes you have some golden nuggets, within your portfolio, and it's important to look at them, evaluate, appraise them in order to see whether you have an opportunity to get some money back within your domain and security or domain security budget. Group D is probably the most relevant or interesting for cybersecurity people, because this is all about the domains which are not important for you, which are not owned by you, but which may contain your brand or be similar to your brand. And these domains, they need to be detected. You need to know what's going on with these domains. You need to put in place what we call domain threat intelligence. So basically domain monitoring services which are going to allow you to be informed 24/7 every time a domain reproducing your brand is registered by a third party. So this is very important because that's going to be creating this good balance between having a solid and protected portfolio and at the same time keeping, being aware about the threats that third parties are potentially starting against your brand. Quick example of type of report or alert that companies are putting in place in order to be informed about new registered domains or re-registered domains, but also deleted domains. So that's really important to bear in mind. But also, I think one thing that I want to highlight as well is the fact that it's not only important to know which domains are registered by these third parties, it's also very important to know what these people are doing with these domains. So it's important to keep track record of all these domains, but then it's also very strategic or critical to monitor the activity of these domains. Are these domains starting to send emails, or is there an active website? Is it domain parking, or is it an actual fake domain or copycat website selling counterfeit products? So all this type of information is to be consolidated into some actual monitoring tool, which are available on the market. This is just an example of what CSC is doing with what we call 3D monitoring services. And yeah, and that was it pretty much for me. Just going back to this slide, 4 pillars to put in place within your strategy, remembering that when security people, marketing people, people from digital or people from IT are managing domains, they're basically getting a flow of information on a regular basis. Emails from their registrar, scamming email, information about the domain registered by a third party. And for each of these information that people managing domains are getting, there's always a solution, and the solution is always going to be in one of these 4 pillars. Thank you very much for your attention. Again, thank you very much, everyone, and Baltic Domain Days and CyberChess. It was really good to be with you today.
Thank you, Patrick. If you have a comment or a question, please don't be shy. Hold up your hand and we'll bring a microphone to you. We don't have any questions on Menti, but you have still time to ask them. If no, then thank you. Happy birthday. And a little present from us as well. Some sweets, chess sweets, and a medal for your first contribution to our Baltic Domain Days. Thank you very much. And next up on the stage, we have another interesting discussion panel called Predictions on the Future of the DNS. So we already discussed different kind of restrictions and security measures from the political, strategical, and different kind of ways coming towards DNS. So is there a future for DNS? Is it changing? Where it will lead us? We'll clear up today. So first I want to introduce on our stage Christopher Mondini. Hello, our moderator for this discussion.
Thank you.
And I would like to invite on the stage also Patrick Pelstrom from NetNod, Thomas from our .LT registry, Vagelis Segredagis from Greek registry, and our friend Rishi Arhup from Central NIC registry. Welcome. Thank you. Very gentleman.
No, I'll sit here. Hi, welcome. Thank you, panelists. Manalists. It's great to see you. It's great to see everybody, and I'm so delighted and grateful to the .LV registry and to Baltic Domain Days for inviting me to participate. I was saying to a colleague during the break that one of the things I really like the most about working in this field is that there's always so much more to learn. And I'm learning at every event, and I'm learning from every one of you, and I'm sure we'll learn something during the actual panel when we get the discussion started. I'm Chris Mondini. I'm based in Brussels, working for ICANN. We are very proud and happy to be celebrating our 25th anniversary. And with a number of technical partners, including people on the stage, we administer globally the DNS, and we also support a community, which includes all of you, that help develop policies and evolve the DNS, because there are innovations and evolutions, which again we'll hear about in the panel. We have a diverse group of experts. We have Rishi from Central NIC Registry, part of Team Internet, Patrick Fellstrom, who's been on a number of panels and is going to be giving a closing speech that I'm looking forward to seeing. Thomas from domreg.lt, grateful for you to be here, and Vegelis, of course, from .gr in Greece. My first question is, how many of you will be attending the ICANN 78 public meeting in October in Hamburg, Germany? So that's my plug for the meeting. If you haven't registered, the schedule is online. Please do join us. It's October 21st through 26th in nearby Hamburg. And a lot of the discussions that I've heard today will continue in forums there, even including the days before the meeting and after. So there are a lot of interesting topics I hope that people will join us to explore. Now, I think we have the most interesting topic of this whole event, because we get to talk about the future, which means we don't really have to be experts and know facts. We can just think about dreams and what we can see going forward. And so we tried to think of a way to have a framework for this discussion, and we thought we would talk about the future of the DNS from a technological standpoint, from a business standpoint, and then finally the geopolitics, the geopolitical standpoint. And to make it not too hard, we decided we would talk about 10 years into the future. So, of course, we're welcome to talk about more, but let's think about a 10-year evolution. And of course, think of your questions, please, because we'd like to make it as interactive as we can. We'll have time for questions. Starting with the technological developments. So my first question, really, it's not even a question. I'm going to throw out some buzzwords. These are technologies we're hearing a lot about that are emerging, that are present. AI and machine learning, crypto and blockchain, immersive virtual reality, the Internet of Things itself. You know, we have tens of billions of devices. I'm sure it will go to a trillion devices. And I guess, you know, broadly speaking, when you think about the DNS, how will these technologies either affect the DNS and how it's used? How will the DNS support or interact with them? But 10 years from now, what do you see technologically for the DNS? And I'd like to start with you, please, Vagelis.
Is it on? Okay. This is, you know, a very interesting time for DNS. DNS, as you know, is a very mature and very stable technology. It's used now for almost 40 years. And although many technologies have come and tried to actually use it and enhance it, there are a few select ones that have actually stayed with us, like DNSSEC. So I'm kind of a skeptic about all this interaction with different technologies that I hear about. But it is a fact that especially AI is something that is advancing in a very speedy, you know, way, and I'm pretty sure that although the DNS will remain as resilient and as infrastructure as always, there will be changes that are waiting to be seen.
So essentially the DNS will still remain the key technology and the other ones will just be around it?
To my knowledge, that present there is no alternative to DNS. It might become less visible because years ago it was like on the front line with domain name sales that were like millions per domain name and stuff like that. It's not the role that it has today, but it still keeps a very active role, and I think it will continue, although maybe in infrastructure level, in a lower level.
Okay. Any other thoughts on the technological impacts or developments? Please, Rishi.
Thank you, Chris. Patrick, happy birthday. And thanks again to everyone at Baltic Domain Days. It's a very good question. As my co-panelist has just mentioned, DNS has been around for a very long time. It's unlikely to change, although in the layers on top of it, there's likely to be, as you say, Chris, many forms of innovation. But I don't see the underlying technology changing dramatically. We have a domain space now with over 357 million domains. We have a new GTLD program launching into a new round in a couple of years. The underlying technology, we've spoken about DNS, there was a lot of conversation yesterday around BGP as well. This is what it needs to be to serve the domain industry. Yes, of course, there will be innovation, and there will be an opportunity for those new technologies to take hold. But in light of the current challenges with accessibility and navigation, they will have their time, but they will coexist with the domain space, in my opinion.
So BGP plus DNS, like my colleague said yesterday, is essentially the key underlying technologies. But I'm curious, will there be, maybe some of these technologies will enhance them or change the way they work for us?
Absolutely, and some of that is untested. Some of that is very conceptual. And when we look at blockchain, for example, there are a lot of white papers discussing and theorizing potential developments of an ecosystem, secondary and tertiary ecosystems, to, again, play to new demographics and to allow new technologies to flourish. But in terms of where they lead from, they do all have a starting position, which is the domain industry, and they are layered on top of that. And I think the DNS will continue to be that stable bedrock for those new technologies to evolve from and to coexist within.
Patrick, do you have thoughts?
I think that the importance of the domain name system as the abstraction layer on top of IP addresses will increase in importance. And the reason for that is when we are moving into a IPv6-based internet sort of layer, and you would like to build that IPv6 layer in a robust and diverse way with multiple paths, you will increasingly have an IP address tied to the actual connection to internet where you connect. And this means that as soon as you move something, you need to update the IP address, which means that it's more and more important for something that you would like to connect to, update its record in the DNS. So the dynamic updates and other kind of things, regardless of what protocol you use to update your DNS zone, will be even more important, specifically when we move to IoT and other kind of things where people would like to connect to the devices without going to some insecure cloud services or whatever, or you would like to go via your own cloud service, cloud architecture. So anyways, so the IP layer will be more and more fixed to the topology. Domain names will be more and more important, but not what the actual domain name is. And then the third level that we should, layer that we should not forget is the HTTP or TLS layer, because the security on the applications, I think, should be, and I hope we will see more and more trust and security on the application layer, so we don't have to, what I call, inherit trust in the DNS and the DNSSEC layer to the application layer. That's why we saw the attacks that Patrick just described is about that inheritance, that people, just because they see trust in the DNS layer, they trust applications. That's why we see some of these problems. So I hope in 10 years, that we will see more crystallized, more efficient, and more stable, robust architecture on each one of those 3 layers separately. That said, we do have some connections, entanglements between them. For example, you do see a domain name as part of the DN in the certificate in the TLS. You use DNS and IP addresses to validate the certificate and vice versa. So you have those entanglements, but much, much more clear security and functionality in each one of those 3 layers is what I hope that we will see. Thank you.
That's great. That's a positive and optimistic, and actually I'm positive and optimistic because I know you're working personally on these things, and it sounds like a good trajectory.
I can probably be negative as well. I'm pessimistic.
Okay, save that for another question. Please, go ahead, Thomas.
For my opinion, let's say about this buzzword as artificial intelligence, it will not maybe impact the DNS as the system, as the domain name system, but it can
change the way maybe domain name registrations are done. So it can impact maybe on registrar's business because it can connect different services, let's say email setup, web server setup, or hosting plans, and just to compile it to the user's need and maybe take from different providers. I think currently it's registrars are doing this, and for the regular people it's too complicated, too difficult. So also I thought I will say that domain names, domain name creation will be affected, but it's not will be, it's already affected. Yesterday we had talks with one of our registrars, so they are already actively using artificial intelligence as a service for their clients when we need to create a nice domain name for their business. So it's already.
So so you're talking about application of something like AI to help around the business processing of registration, choosing names, and that's actually a very good segue to the question about the business around the DNS. And I think, in fact, Rishi, your organization is already you're using some of these applications to help clients as well. Do you use AI in your operation?
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. So to build on what Thomas has said, Team Internet is a wide and expansive group, and we have solutions for retail, corporate, registry solutions, and so on. And there has been a clear demand from people who want to register domains to have a way to register them that is more intuitive and based on the businesses they run. So rather than just typing into a domain name strip bar the name of the domain and the extension you want, you can now describe your business, and the AI-backed generative tool will throw out a number of, hopefully, more relevant options for you. That is perhaps the most basic iteration that many registrars will look to achieve, and we've done that. But that will have a snowball effect as the technology evolves and as it starts to take hold in a more programmatic fashion, especially when we're looking at the overall domain lifecycle.
I'd like to stay a little bit with this sort of the business around the DNS, because that was the second lens through which we thought we would look into the future. And you know, in that respect, we're talking about both businesses that are within the domain name sector, those that are in the business itself, but of course, very importantly, businesses as users of the DNS, end users and the clients. And I could see that probably in both categories, the next 10 years could bring further developments and innovations like the one that you've just discussed. So sticking with the business innovation, 10 years from now, how will businesses be using the DNS? How will the domain name sector evolve? You've alluded to the upcoming expansion in the generic top-level domain space. We do know about the other developments that enables, GTLDs or domain extensions in different alphabets, non-ASCII scripts, Cyrillic for more inclusive, you know. Are there business opportunities there as well? And essentially, also, what are the opportunities for CCTLDs? So, leaving it out there broadly with the business question, and I'll start with you again, Rishi. What do you see 10 years from now? You can answer the question however you like. I threw out a lot of options for you.
Thank you, Chris. So as Patrick actually mentioned in his presentation, there's a range of different options. And we've gone from a legacy extension business where it was com, org, net, and so on, to a couple of thousand now. And that's likely to grow substantially, in my opinion. What we saw from the first round of new GTLDs, where I was expecting a few hundred, and there were considerably more, was quite an eye-opener. Now, with a greater understanding of the domain space, with venture capitalist money, with more entrepreneurial views on what to register and where, and of course we must remember the global perspective. This is empowering different regions globally to achieve their own version of what a good space looks like from a domain perspective, there's a lot more to come. But with that choice, with those options, we also have to be careful around confusion and around there being too much inventory for people to choose from, where we devalue the inherent nature of our currency. So first of all, from the opportunities, yes, there's a need for smaller operators, perhaps CCTLD operators, to really have a look at their brand and make sure within a crowded market space they're paying the right service and they have the right product set available to the market they want to serve. Because there is always an entrepreneur or a larger organization globally that's willing to eat a piece of their cake. And then further down the line, of course, we want to make sure that the right securities and protections are in place so that whether it's a GTLD or older extensions, they all are going to better protect the internet space, which is a theme I mentioned in my plenary in the Omega Hall, where we're leaving a good and healthy legacy for the next user of the internet space, the younger demographic.
Yeah, that came through very strongly in your earlier remarks about the future generations that will be using these systems. From, if you care to comment on your trends you're seeing among your clients that are businesses, the way that they're using these domains, is there anything you'd like to predict there in terms of innovative applications, or maybe their secret business plans that you're not allowed to share at this stage? But what could we possibly see or imagine 10 years from now?
Yeah, so we're a very broad church. So we've got entrepreneurs running spaces like .xyz, .online, .press, .host, and they have very specific routes to market, and they have large teams sitting behind the technology to make sure they're building communities within their extensions. So they're not fly-by-night, they're looking at growing extensions and they want to be here for the long term. And then if we look at brands, as previous presenters have mentioned, they're having to find a balance between what they have registered, what they can register, and of course, where they're going to register and whether they have the budget available. Taking that 10 years down the line, there is not an infinite supply of cash for people to register domains. There has to be a balance. And what that balance looks like, I think, is good for us to discuss as stakeholders so that we can provide not solutions, but recommendations as to best practice and approach. And again, that has to be overlaid with security considerations, interoperability, and making sure that everything works for a cleaner and less abused internet space. In 10 years' time, I'd hope that will coexist alongside the newer technologies we've mentioned, but there will for sure, Chris, be more domain names in the root zone with a very clear geographic separation between who's using what for what purpose, and I would expect there to be IDNs used in some parts of the world as well, playing to those local markets and those different languages and dialects.
Thanks. I think it's very interesting when we talk about these issues, and again, talk about experienced practitioners like my colleagues here, that this ability to really balance all the perspectives, because just in one answer, we're talking about technology, stakeholders, the different balances of interest, technology, and business. So it's never just purely one thing. All of these topics are interrelated. Are there any other predictions from like the business side, either the domain name sector itself or beyond? Patrick?
I think from a pure functional and business standpoint, I think we will see an increased use, or I hope I will see an increased use of this, specifically the CCTLDs, because there are certain operations and lots of the functionality of businesses within the various jurisdictions, that because we have different jurisdictions in the world, you would like to operate your domain names within the same jurisdiction as you do your business. Just because you will always, as I said earlier, require domain names, one could of course say, well, if you have one domain name, then you can have a gazillions of subdomains, which means that you don't have to register so many domain names. But that is also wrong also from a security standpoint, because if you operate multiple different functions within your organization, it might be very well from a security standpoint that you will have a limited as few labels in the domain names as possible, which means that you register a domain name for each one of your functions within each one of the CERT.LVs where you, or legislations, where jurisdictions where you provide your business. So that's sort of one reason why I hope that we will see more registrations. Another reason you brought up internationalized domain names, which, yes, the X and dash dash were me and a couple of other people you can blame for that. But anyways, the important thing there from a security standpoint is that people register maybe not so much or of course in their own script. The more important thing or most important thing is that when you register a domain name, you have the same directionality of the actual label that you might want that you use in the TLD. Because mixing directionality in the textual string, that is something that is one of the nastiest things that we actually can expose on the internet today, both regarding confusability and other things as well. So there are those kind of very important reasons for registering domain names in the correct TLD. The last thing regarding artificial intelligence and blockchain and whatnot, we should not forget how important these tools, because I see AI as a tool, is also for domain name operation itself. For example, if we look at bad registrations or when you have attacks on your registry or your registrar and whatnot, it's very, very hard to analyze your log files and those kind of simple things without using artificial intelligence today, because you need to hard code your alarms and whatever you are looking for to see when you have something that is not normal. But with things like artificial intelligence, you can just send all your logs through a system and just say, let me know if there's something not normal that is happening. Regarding blockchain, one of the more important things is that you can have a write-only log file, which means that you have proof of what actually happened, regardless of whether it's a good thing or bad things, and that might be very important to use in the terms of disputes. And I know you yourself have been working a lot with dispute resolution processes on an international level, specifically cross-country issues. So don't forget sort of the indirect use of these tools when thinking about them. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important to look at all of the as you say, indirect uses and all of the processes that keep all of the registries or businesses or entities working and see where you can use technology to enhance that. And I wanted to just react to what you were saying about CCTLDs. I've been living in Europe now for 3 years. I'm based in Brussels. And it's nice to see the diversity of the use of them. And I know this came up, I think, when we were talking yesterday, too. It was interesting, a few years ago, people said, oh, social media will, supplant domains, but I'm actually relatively new to Instagram, believe it or not. And it's always interesting to me that all these Instagram posts they say, see our, go to our website, essentially, in the bio, link in bio, they always say. But on the CCTLDs, I do gain an extra sort of assurance that, oh, I'm clicking on something that's about Latvia. Oh, it's a .lv, so I know it's about Latvia. And then finally, I just have to say, also because I'm having such a wonderful time and so delighted to be here, much of what I see in the world is from a taxi window from the airport to a city center. And when I see .lv on all the posters and the billboards, I think, wow, this is so cool, this sort of sense of pride and identity. And as you said, for global organizations that might want to be present in all these markets and find a way to gain that trust and pride and work through systems, that there might be some innovations that help them to do that. So yeah, I'm very enthusiastic about your observations. Rishi, did you want to chime in again?
Yeah, Chris, just an observation on something that Patrick mentioned around IDNs. A lot of that progress over the next 10 years will also be affected by the universal acceptance of different scripts and making sure that on the application layer there are large software providers who instigate a trickle-down effect, making sure that in browsers and different applications, different domains in different characters are accepted, because the progress that we want to achieve, and universal acceptance is a specific program, as we know, within the ICANN ecosystem, the progress that we want to achieve will only work if there is buy-in and to a certain extent, a top-down push through those software vendors.
Yeah, this is a big area in which many colleagues and many people across the community are working. You know, and some of the earlier studies about even the market opportunities for internationalized domain names in these diverse scripts are pretty impressive. But sometimes in working in ICANN, you feel like, oh, go tell the world about this whole thing. And I remember I joined ICANN around the time you were getting into this business, when the last expansion of GTLDs, and literally it was, you know, the assignment was go tell the whole world about GTLDs and this program of expansion. And I myself didn't even know what we were talking about. And so universal acceptance, as you say, is a term we use so that all the different domains in whatever alphabet are treated equally in software, in applications, the people that have you know, a personal email address in the Devanagari script, which you might have if you live in India, and about 250 million people, I think, get them for free. And you know, will they work in these applications? Still, as hard as the work is, and even given some of, like, you know, what Patrick explained about the potential directionality confusion, which is, again, a very fascinating topic because alphabets go in multiple directions. The potential benefit for inclusion, for expansion, for bridging digital divides and gaps it's the inspiring vision. Speaking of 10 years from now, is what makes all that very hard work very worthwhile. Thomas, did you want to comment on the future of business in this space?
My comment would be that while people are interacting with internet, with computers, not only computers talking with computers, so domain name system will be up and running, and people like to be distinctive, and they like brands, names. They like to be distinctive from others. So I think the labeling the words, the using it's I think most popular way to be distinctive. Many people in Lithuania are paying big money just for having car plate with his own special name or numbers, lucky numbers. So I think the domain name system in business will survive. In 10 years, it will be still live, up and running. And I want to second Patrick's opinion that CERT.LVs should stay quite strong because of a local internet community, because of the same jurisdiction where they operated, and because it makes a feeling of you know, of trust. Mm-hmm. Because, you know, you can always reach the registry administrator and find your problems, or even go to court in your country, in your language. And the new GTLDs that will arise, of course, we will find place in the global domain name industry, but there is a risk that the more domain names, the harder for regular people to understand where is the domain name and where is the, I don't know, just words for let's say directory or so, because currently the easiest way to let's say find phishing emails, phishing links, so just understand which part is domain name, and then just to know is it your bank's domain or not. So, and if TLDs will be any words, now it's already 1,500 of domain names, top level domains. So if it will be even more them, so it's, you will go to the old ones you trust, to your local, I think, domain names in your jurisdiction. So I think that way.
So trust remains very important no matter how innovative or how much we evolve. Do you have any observations, Vagelis?
First, to please remedy an inaccuracy. I'm not the CEO of ICS Fourth. The registry is a part of ICS Fourth, okay. So I'm the administrator of the registry.
You got a promotion just by joining us here on stage.
That was good, yes, I'll note it. And you see, from what we heard, there are different use cases for domain names now. The CCTLDs are a part of the branding of a country, of a person. They belong somewhere to a local community, and they want to show it. It's either a local business or a local person. They want to belong to that, let's say, nation or culture or team or whatever. The other thing is that the GTLDs are a different kind of use. They are more generic. They provide maybe a better branding for companies that are actively around the world producing and selling things. And there might be even a third use case if smart devices start using domain names for their communication or whatever. These cases complement each other. They don't actually work against one another, and that's the use case. That's why the GTLDs increased the number of domain names that were registered, and I'm pretty sure that Rishi has a case when he says that we might go well beyond the 500 million domain names in the next years. They are needed, and they get the use that they have to, and each user has the ability to decide what is that use that they want them for.
Yeah, it's maybe it becomes less and less hard to tell the whole world about domain names, yeah, and that the diversity and the innovation, as long as we can maintain this sense of trust, identity, and use case, maybe benefits all of the parties in the ecosystem.
That's true, and I have been involved very much in the international characters in the zone file and in the domain names, and it's always nice to have an option, even if for some countries it's not very crucial to have such characters. It is very fine and very nice to have an option and to be able to express yourself in the language that you wish to do that.
That's a very good point. Thanks for that. Okay, so we're going to turn to the topic of geopolitics. So this is about a little bit predicting about what will happen in the world. Look, we're living in a very turbulent age. We've heard from dear colleagues about facing war, operating DNS in a time of actual war. We know also it's a time of things like trade sanctions, technological decoupling from big economies that don't trust each other. We have a lot of activism at places like the United Nations, where some of the member states they feel that the governance model of some of the technical functions of the internet belong more under the purview of organizations like the UN or governments. And even if you look where I'm living in Brussels, there's a wave of regulatory assertion, activism, and we had several panels about how this ecosystem operators are going to react to that. So, these to me all fit under the banner of geopolitics, and sometimes there are very dramatic talks about things like fragmentation or the global interoperable internet is imperiled. And given that it is the DNS that's making it global and interoperable and expanding, do you see any of these trends? How will the DNS survive the next 10 years given these trends? And I'm going to start with you, Patrick, if you're willing. You have to let me know if you'll be pessimistic or optimistic, or maybe you give me both.
A little bit pessimistic. But on the other hand, I think maybe more towards the realistic part. First of all, I completely agree with the difference between CCTLDs and the trust you can get by the local presence. and the new GTLDs where you can have innovation. And I think that's a really important mix. And I think just the existence of that mix is one of the key things for making DNS and the internet continue to survive. I think, unfortunately, we do have a reality where the legislation is different in different jurisdictions, and the collision of the view of the jurisdictions have been an issue in the world for the last, as long as we have had different jurisdictions, which is basically forever, and that will not go away. I think that's a reality that we have to live with, regardless of how naive we are, we who believe in the internet and free flow of information. That said, I think that the free flow of information and learning of each other is the only way to decrease those frictions. To be able to move information is one of the best ways of actually limit the risk for war, and that we just heard about. And that's why I think it's so, I'm so happy, for example, that the European Union do have an exemption from the sanctions to Russia regarding internet, and then people can ask, of course, why is that important? We can, of course, choose to not exchange any information with individuals and companies in Russia, but on the other hand, I personally, and I do understand that view. My view, though, is that it's a good thing to exchange information, because we do have people in Russia that don't like Russia, and it's important for them to be able to communicate. And that's one of the few ways, that's one way we can manage to actually break things down. So DNS global, internet being global, I think that is something that we should continue to fight with. But as you said, I think in that fight of globalization, we forgot to, for example, link the friendly countries together. I think to some degree, the 45 countries or whatever that is in minority that do have approximately the same view, unfortunately we have an increased friction between them. So unfortunately, I think that the next 10 years, we probably should work more together, we who have approximately the same view, and then we have to catch up again with the globalization, because we are in a much, much worse situation in the world now than what we were 10 years ago. So looking 10 years forward, I'm a little bit pessimistic there and think that unfortunately we might be at approximately the same situation, I'm afraid. Thank you.
So pessimism about the state of the world, but still a DNS that survives.
Yeah, because I think move of information, because of that, the existence of the internet and the ability to have the applications, which requires the DNS and requires BGP, I think that's the only way of moving forward in the world. And if it is the case that we don't trust that, then I'm really pessimistic, and it will just be even to be incredibly boring, or yeah, not fun.
Who else? Thomas, you've thought about this, I know.
I maybe would say that there is really a big probability that during the next 10 years, maybe few new CCTLDs will appear because of wars, of geopolitical situation, maybe in Africa, and where still the governments are changing, the people are looking for their, how to say, for their place, for their countries, and maybe even could be that some of them will disappear. So that's the reality. Let's hope no, but sometimes it happens that it's like former Yugoslavia was .eu, and I still think .su domain Soviet Union still is in the root zone. Yes.
Yes.
For many years, and no such country, but still we have it. It's it's a little bit shame on us, I think.
Anybody else?
So even today we have countries who are behind firewalls, and they have claimed from time to time that they are ready to pull the plug. Regardless of my colleagues' pessimistic, thoughts, I think I'm optimistic because they actually have never pulled the plug. They have understood that this free flow of information, this exchange of a voice with the rest of the world and the rest of our fellow citizens around the globe is much more than just pulling a plug and taking my country out of the system. They keep there. They try to stay there. The sanctions remain, away from that field, and that's a good way to see it. It's a way of communication that has to remain live. And of course, DNS not fragmented is good DNS.
Good. I like the optimism. And my experience in my role with ICANN, now 11 years actually with ICANN, I made a lot of travels and spoke with a lot of officials in a lot of countries, and there are different categories. There are some, I would say, political leaders that just don't understand, and they, pound the desk. This was actually true. A head of state in a South American country, which I never identified, said, who runs the internet? Get me the internet on the phone. I want to talk to these people. Like, how did this internet get into my country? Which again, we laugh, but look, if you grew up and whatever you grew up as, how would you know? But then there are other categories that you were referring to where they're very savvy and very technologically advanced. And I had one meeting with somebody who had the title Minister, I think, of Information Safety or something, who said, look, I'm a really big fan of the internet. I just don't like the bad stuff on information on the internet. Now, this was almost 10 years ago. And they would say things like, "Oh, well, we could make our own. We'll put all of our users on our own internet." And now, of course, we hear we don't like things on the internet in every capital of the world, and so it becomes sometimes it becomes a very, very fraught debate. But the point that you made is, and the thing that's also very gratifying to me, sitting in the ICANN community, is all of these countries, really almost every single one, is sitting in the governmental advisory committee, and they're actually at the table. So even some of the biggest critics, and even the ones that maybe have threatened, even some that are advocating at the United Nations for a different governance model, are still participating in this governance model. So, it's a very, I think, important time to be aware and help policymakers understand both the technology and how the internet works, and importantly, where they're already in a governance model where they may be able to achieve their aims by being active in those models. Anyway, that's my little speech. But Rishi, what do you think about geopolitics?
Policy development is a hugely complex area. We heard from a policy expert in an earlier session who said we all need a starting point, and from that we can have discussion. The ICANN ecosystem moves in a way that is very respectful to the multi-stakeholder model and allowing those ideas to be considered before policies are implemented and then moved out into that ecosystem. In terms of what's happening from a more regional perspective, forums such as Centre provide a good space for the exchange of policy, legal, and other economic discussions, so that collaboration is front of mind and development is respectful of that multi-stakeholder, multi-opinion view. So I think having a starting point is important, and at least with those discussions underway, what the internet space will look like in terms of governance and policy and regulation is for us to build in those forums and to carry forward in actual policy guidelines for the future.
That's a great reminder. Also, coming up in the next week, I believe, in Kyoto, Japan, is the Global Internet Governance Forum, where these communities come to learn from each other. The multi-stakeholder communities that develop policies and standards and protocols, and also the political leaders, and of course business and civil society are there too. But yeah, to look at every opportunity to figure out what's our starting point, what is the problem we're seeking to solve, and sometimes we disagree on what those are. But I think many times the way you phrase it, the correct starting point is a great way to formulate these conversations and to raise awareness of some of the risks, including the geopolitical risks. More comments, more predictions? I'm looking, we have a few minutes, and I don't know if we have some questions on our platform Menti or from the audience, but we're delighted to field some.
Yes, we do have a question from our online audience. It goes like this: what role DNS will have in the Web 4.0 and next generation internet?
Web 4.0 and next generation internet. More buzzwords, and we might explain what they refer to, but do you want to take a crack, Patrick?
To be honest, I must say I'm too old and too much a dinosaur. I have no idea what those buzzwords were.
So I've heard Web 4.0 used in reference to crypto, public ledger, decentralized.
Cool.
Is that right?
Okay, regardless, regardless. DNS, and as we've heard through all these sessions, to be able to build a global internet, we ultimately need the routing system BGP4 and the DNS protocol. We also need domain names as the identifiers, and we overload a little bit the term DNS and domain names. It's the protocol, it's the actual domain names themselves, and various other kind of things. Those will be needed regardless. We need those when we are communicating, regardless of what we are using. And then, of course, like in social media, we have some different kind of identifiers. We need maybe dynamic DHTs and hash tables and distributed hash tables to be able to access things, but the things might still be domain names, even though we don't use the domain name, the DNS protocol. We might also use the DNS protocol to access other kind of things than just sort of the business side of domain names. So no, the DNS has existed for so long time, it will absolutely survive Web 6.5 as well. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Well, so I've heard a lot what we talked about. To summarize a little bit, I heard technological advances may enhance some aspects, even things we don't see, to improve security and trust, or certainly the way people interact or use the services of people in the ecosystem. We talked about business innovations and whether we see we're interested to see the diversity of expanding TLDs and internationalized domain names with a lot of interesting use cases ahead. I think that geopolitics, we agreed it's a troubling time, and even the next 10 years will be troubling. Patrick said at one point, it could get really boring, which almost I think maybe I would take really boring compared to some of the alternatives that we might have. But I heard sort of the diversity of, the diversity of the ecosystem is part of its resilience and its strength, just as DNS, which has now been around 40 years, connecting 4.5 billion people, tens of billions of devices. Everyone agrees it will be here 10 years from now, even with more people and more devices. And, and at the end of it, what is the problem we're trying to solve again? We love to talk about the DNS, but it's what the DNS enables, right? Developing a vaccination for a pandemic in record time, or monitoring the changes in climate in every corner of the world in real time, or sharing vital information for people that are fleeing a disaster or a conflict. Like, these are the things that are still enabled and so important that we preserve. So at the end of the day, I think all of us and our partners are working towards, working in a really positive end goal for all of our fellow inhabitants of the planet. I think we're at the end of our time. Have we run out of time?
We do have a little bit more time, and
Okay.
we do have an extra question. I think the discussion from online world is smoothly going in. So it goes like that. What is going to happen to a CCTLD in case of a country disappears indeed, in case of a war or a state failure, like .su 2.0 example? Like, because it also states where the future of DNS.
So colleagues who are active in the CCNSO, which is the organization within that participates at ICANN among the CCTLDs, have made tremendous progress even in just recent months on policies about the retirement of domain names. And I'm sure there are people here that have much more detailed knowledge of the status. But I believe the status is that a policy exists, but I just don't know in terms of the steps to implement the policy.
I can provide a little bit update on that. Yes, CCNSO has developed a policy. Members have supported the policy. The policy had been submitted to the board. The board has approved the policy, and it's basically has been implemented. If we talk about the details of retiring a CCTLD, then of course we can talk for another hour or so. But any CCTLD comes from the ISO 3166 list. That's a list of all countries and territories who have this 2- and 3-letter codes assigned. And that's done by the maintenance agency of the United Nations. If a country ceases to exist, then the maintenance agency at some point decides to remove the code from the ISO 3166, then the policy developed by the CCNSO will kick in, the CCTLD will be retired within a certain time. But with .su, that's a different story, and let's not go there at this moment, because
see Katrina at the break. But yeah, this is another fascinating intersection of things that are political, technical, operational, and involving policy development. It's taken some time, and it's very complex, but it's a very good question. And if you'd like to learn more or participate, the ICANN meeting, it's free of charge. It's available online. You can fully participate online. But if you can make it to Hamburg, please join us, and we can, you can participate in the development of the policies as well. Is there anything else, Dana?
No, thank you.
Okay. Let me just ask then, I think I could guess, but to finish in a word or two, are you feeling optimistic, pessimistic? Future of the DNS.
I'm optimistic about the future of the DNS, and I'm cautiously optimistic about the general politics around it.
Good, thanks. Sir.
Thanks, Chris. I'm optimistic about the domain and DNS system, and hugely optimistic about the ability to coexist with other new technologies and solutions that will help build a better internet for the next generation.
Great.
I'm even more than optimistic because, as I said, I think we will see even more innovative use of the DNS protocol itself. And then when the new DTLD run and stuff, we will see much more innovation, both on the CCTLD side regarding trust and work together with the CERTs and local community, and the new DTLD's innovation. So you will see sort of the different branches, we will see enormous amount of innovation and good future trust. Thank you.
Great.
Yes, I am also optimistic about DNS, future for DNS, but with in mind that the regulation will be bigger, stronger, and from the local governments, and I think even from international position because of critical use of internet in our everyday lives, so, and of a protection of our users, internet users, our citizens. So.
Good. Well, everybody is cautiously optimistic to optimistic, and I love to end on a high note. So please thank our panelists, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. That was, yeah, we did finish on a very high note indeed. And I just will have to give a brief summary of today's discussions. And today we dived into, as Paulina said, more hardcore DNS discussions. We talked about NIS2 directive, specifically a couple of aspects of that directive and how we can implement it in our registries and what it would mean for our registries and for our partners, registrars, to be compliant with the requirements of the directive, especially considering that most of us have no clue how that directive will be implemented in our national regulations. Then we heard from Patrick, who has a birthday today, so happy birthday again to Patrick. I don't see him at this point, maybe he just sneaked out. So he's also talked about the management of domains, how big brands would manage their domains and what they should pay attention to. And finally, we had this very interesting discussion about the future of the DNS. And I was glad to see that our panelists were moderately optimistic about the future. And that means that we will meet for other Baltic Domain Days. Which means that I would like to pass this traveling balloon to .LT, Lithuania, because they will be next organizers of Baltic Domain Days. Like pictures. Yeah, thank you very much. So just, well, you know that CyberChess is still going on. We're still are looking forward to some very interesting presentations and maybe even some surprise at the end, so do not run away just yet. I'd like to thank you all for being with us all these 2 days. I'd like to see to thank the organizers like Dana and Christiana, who is not in the room, and everybody who helped them. Oh, Christiana is there, yeah, thank you. And Christiana for really hard work, and thank you very much for appreciating their work, because, well, you all know that it's not so easy. Yeah, thank you. And I also would like to actually, I recently saw a YouTube video where they explained how to clap faster. When you do it like that, it goes very slowly, but if you do it like that, you can do it faster, but I haven't tried it. Need to practice. Just for the next Baltic Domain Days, keep practicing. I really would like to thank the technical support team, because everything went smoothly. We changed microphones. None of the microphones on stage were producing any cracking noises. All the presentations were, well, everything went smoothly. So thank you very much. We really appreciate your hard work. Yep. And again, thanks a lot to our fellow registries, our partners and friends, registrars, and everybody who was here to support us, especially our sponsors. Thank you very much, not just for giving us the opportunity to have all these nice lights and balloons and technical support and everything, but also for providing speakers, which is actually very important because we could have an opportunity to get these interesting and diverse views on various topics. Again, thank you very much, and see you next year in Vilnius. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.